Hey, Spitty. Hello, everyone. Good morning. Oh, God, I didn't realize that the other thing was not muted. No. There you go. Why does it say BRB? I just realized. I'm a silly. There you go. What? How are you? Thank you for the prime. You know what? I'll just go ahead and turn the camera on. I'm gonna. Hey. Hello, Jess. Good morning. Let me. I forgot to do a thing. That is widen my space by using a piece of wood. Haha, a piece of wood. How convenient. How are you? Yes, today we are arting. We're doing some actual, because it'll be much easier than doing digital today. Considering the hands. Oh no! Why the poo poo? I'm waiting for my allergy medicines to kick in. Oh. I woke up and like we had momentarily lost power. Like what I mean momentarily is like for a second or something. And then when I finally got up, I was like, that's weird. Well, actually, I didn't know that we had lost power because I have an air purifier that just stays on basically because of my allergies, and it was next to me and it was on, and then it turned off by itself, and I was like, that's weird. But I didn't really think anything of it because when I got up to turn it back on again, it just went back on. But then, so I got up and I went to go pee, and then I tried to flush and there was no water. And I was like, oh, this is nice. Little family craziness. I'm sorry to hear that. Those are always complicated, needlessly complicated. Everything is back on now, but the water pressure I think is still kind of fluctuating for my floor because like the water's still going, and I'm like, did I is safe? But I'm giving it like a couple of hours before I'm like, I'm gonna use this water for drinking. Because when the water came back on finally, I checked. Was in the bathroom first, and I turned the faucet on, and like brown water came out. And I'm like, I don't like that. I'm gonna do a couple of things actually. I'm gonna put my watercolors in my watercolor container. One of my many. Yeah, exactly. So now I'm just like, I'm gonna wait for a few more hours and let the water run. When it's running smoothly, then I'm like, I'm gonna let it run a couple more times and then and then think about it. I will apologize if the mic picks up any of my nose blowing. So I suppose so. I suppose that's fair. Yeah, this is one of my very many watercolors. And this is my latest acquisition. Um it's from, oh, their logo isn't on here. These are from LM Colors. There it is, LM Colors. They're LM Colors on Instagram. I don't know if they have a Twitter actually. But I have Rogue, The Ending, Wildflower, and Muddy Waters. I'm going to do this and then swatch it up here. As you can see, I have my colors. Let me turn this in. Okay, I'm turning my mic down. If anyone else is arting with me, please. Join me. Come join me. Why not have... I do not. Better put a... That is a very good Ditto face. So these are called a quarter pan. These are typical watercolor sizes. I think these sizes are only available if you buy like handmade. At least I've never seen a bigger brand make sizes like this in any official maybe Sakura, but like I've seen like some pocket ones. Like unwrapping little candies. Forbidden candies. They shouldn't. Destiny these. Ooh. A little stamp. That's fun. Color team. Guys on Instagram again. Alright. Keep blowing my nose. Ah, about it. I do it. Like, see here. This is not aligned, like, at all. Like, these two should have been down here. I wanted it to be narrow here. Mm. No. Oh. Nice color. Very kind of wine. Wine colored. Wildflower. I know this one also has like split pigment properties. I don't know if all swatch will use that. I don't know. Butters. I think I'm gonna swatch the bulb because it doesn't like watching. Knowing what kind of pink got is also color. The dust, quite dusty rose. It's still more vivid than that. Ooh, wolf's coat. I have wolf's coat. Yeah. Put this stay in for now. How about December? At September. January. October. Huh. I don't have any of these. Duality has two colors. Might not like there's two types here, but that might seem like it's just not a pretty paint dot, but there's actually colors. That's why it's like that. Color this one. There was a whole rage, like fad in the handmade watercolor community. That that's a very like, warm orange, scarlet maybe. Hello, Pagarli. Hi. How are ya? I honestly should just make that a one time per user per stream instead of making. What are you, Pigorli? Just watching some colors. Ooh, pretty lovely color. Now it's turning out a little brighter on camera than it is in actuality. Sleepy? Sleepy Pigorli. What time is it over there? Excuse me. Excuse me. Oh, not a lot stronger than the other one. It has pinkish. It's like a coral pink. Squiggly rinks. Hey, Aryep. Alright, thanks for the alert, Gorley. Sleep well. Good morning, Aryep. Waiting for my allergy medicines. At this rate, I'm actually just like, did I take my allergy medicine? Pretty sure I did. Nice turquoise color. I'm glad. May's originals have been mailed off today. So hopefully, I had fun making that one. The color pencil only piece. Nice. A little darker. Like vintage pink, but darker. Bear hide. Got wolf's coat. And then now we bear hide. That's a brown. Hey Fern! Yeah, art day today. And just as a reminder for everyone, although I'm pretty sure most of everyone is fully aware, I am running a charity stream today. I thought about pushing it to like 900, and I was like, that's so close to my last goal. So I went big. And I decided that, I mean, you can see the details like up there. I put the goal to 1K, and then if that gets reached, I'll host a raffle for all the people who donated. You can get a commission. What? Vampire's Curse is kind of a gray. It's not quite black, but like here, there's a metallic. It looks like there's a mica mixed in there. Because if I look in here, like you can see, it has that kind of bluish, greenish sheen. But the paint itself does not have it, unless the mica's just really fine. I'm not sure what's going on with that one. And the last one, rogue. A lot of water. So if you'd like to try and win that commission, you know, I'm not gonna lie though, I'm gonna be completely 100% honest with you guys. When I thought about this prize, I was like, anybody really won? I was like, this doesn't feel like a prize. I'm just like, I'm trying to ignore those voices in my head. I'm pretty sure I took my allergy medicine. Why am I still sniffling? I got allergies. Gonna wait for that to dry. While that's drying up, I will still start sketching what I'm gonna do today. Which actually, I honestly don't have a plan. I just decided that I'd go ahead and How is everyone today? Alright. Let's see if I can try to finish this sketchbook. Okay. This sketchbook is almost done. Besides, I have this one on my imprint. Thought that I had. I really like this one. I think there's some pictures in here. Oh, this painting. I really like this one. Part of me thinks that I should try and like work on it some more. But part of me is also like, but I really like how it is right now. Oh, I have a double page spread. Ah! It would remember this one. Except that double page spread. Probably grab a pencil. Mm. Anyone got any ideas? Like, uh. I should also. It, you know, I thought it was spring turning summer. No, it's just cold. I'm ready for the cold to be over. Okay, got. Hey, doggo. Did you see my message on Discord? No rush. You guys can just barely see that. Mhm. Doggo, I'm gonna reply to you on stream. Hey, Tibbs. You want me to put Kukuro on? Put it on. posture check. Posture has been checked. Funny enough, I was also just shifting. Done. You guys can barely see stuff I'm drawing. Get to me darkening it. Uh, whatever this allergy. You know, not a fun time. What's not happening? Not seeing this drawing properly. This is here. Always. Will always? Some regrets. The binding is right here. You see the threads there in the middle of my drawing. Shows this life, but still kind of like, maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I should bail before I get too invested. But I feel like I'm already kind of. Actually, because of the stream, there's like a cat, like my my head isn't in the camera, but like here, like just beyond, like is where the lens is. Where the lens is at, there's like a lamp, which prevents me from actually having bad posture because I can't like stoop my head or else I'll hit the lamp. Maybe or like most watercolor artists actually not do what I'm doing right now, which is sketch directly on the paper they're painting. As honestly, most watercolor paper are quite fragile, and you shouldn't be doing this much heavy erasing on it. But I am not that kind of like I like sketching directly. I'm kind of choosy with my otherwise they're not really gonna last. Hey Carl! How are you, dude? Like that. What is that? Remember that being there. The heck? I'm like, you're good. That's good. Being good is good. Thanks for stopping by. What time is it over there? Like kind of late-ish. 8 p.m. Oh, that's not too bad. Oh no. Oh, is that the watercolor event? Or is that a different event? Haven't been on Instagram at all until recently because I wasn't supposed to be. I'm afraid I am not quite up to speed to the happenings and the goings. What? Well, I might do that digitally. Might do that digitally. I'm using this pencil, which is a 0.35. Very small. Like, I don't think you can even see. Oh, in comparison, this is a regular. This is a regular 0.5. See the difference between the lead size. Small business thing. Ah, cool. Hope that went well for you. Was so slow. Oh no. Was it like, what was it? If you don't mind me asking. Is it just like you go there, there's like talks, or there's other businesses there? At a table you were selling your stuff? Gotcha. I just remembered. At least it was, there were other small business, but they told us so they. Yeah, it is like that. I think with small events like that is, unless they're inviting some outside people in, I can imagine it not working very well. on it. I sh that's but the bracer bits are sticking. Connected to. Anyone doing arting today as well, or just kind of maybe just chilling? Oh yeah, Fern, are you there? Chill days are important. Although tell that to my my brain is very hard to accept. Working on it. Ooh, nice. Excited to see it. I'm hoping to add this my imprint. Your body's almost incapable of chill days. Do you just get like fidgety fibs, or is it the brain being like, no, we must do things? You guys are wondering why I'm using broom instead of just using my hand. Trying not to by. Well, it still kind of smudges the pencil actually, but not as much as it would if I used. Ooh, nice. One of the cat couches. I imagine that's because your cats stay on them. Or did you sleep on a couch that's meant for a cat? You call the cat all the other cat furniture art? Gotcha. Oh, that's right. I said I was gonna turn on Kukuro. I think. Really? Oh, I don't. Really? Okay, I just need. Oh, your bad habit, your bad your meme habit. I'm actually using like my game layout for arting today. That's why it's not there. Because I didn't want to like duplicate all the charity stuffs onto the other one. So, and I had to shift a lot of things, and I was like, the other, like the hand. This is the hand cam that is usually in this corner on the other stream, and I just moved it and then made it big. And I was like, yeah, that's fine. Okay. Yeah, I'm using the canvas lamp. Um, if you search for canvas lamps, that's what this is. I'm using that like it's a ring light, and there's a little camera mount in the middle, and it's like on a sturdy lamp, like base. It's really quite nice. Just having the lamp really is super nice for me because of like how my table is set up. My work table is set up. My space is quite small. So just having this lamp's actually really even just for the lamp purposes, even if I wasn't as like a camera tripod thingamabob. Cause it has basically like you know Ergotron arms for monitors? It's kind of like that, but made for like a lamp. Yeah, yeah. So the arm is really like shiftable, like I can so and it has like different light modes. It's actually on the slowest light setting at the moment to make it brighter, but you can't see a damn thing because of the white balance. I can make it warmer or somewhere in between, like natural light. Still quite. I can make it white. It's really nice. It's a nice investment. I think if you just want a lamp, you definitely don't need to get this one specifically. And if you find some lamp that's similar, that's perfectly fine. But if you do some uh social media whatever's, is actually quite a nice investment. It is expensive. Right now it's like I tried fiddling with that, but I'm only using a webcam, so it's not super like, you know, even if I did that, it still kind of, or it was more trouble than it was worth trying to make it more perfect. So I just kind of let it be. Maybe once I have my own table, like a bigger one, I'll find like a camera and set it up. That would be better, you know? But for now, this is fine. And also it makes like, so this piece of wood, this is an IKEA like countertop thing that I got in the sales section. I don't know if you guys know. Well, Tibbs would know because you work in IKEA. But or IKEA as they call it in Japan and Sweden. Um but I got this piece of this is like I think a table, a counter or a top cover for one of their like um trolley shelves. Yeah, this wasn't that cheap, honestly. It was like 20 bucks, but this is like a solid piece. Like this is a thick piece of wood. It's quite heavy, but I use this basic. I initially wasn't planning to use this, but last night I was taking photos of um the. I'm gonna give you guys a peeky. My Yeah, yeah, they're it's really nice. So I'm actually trying to be quite careful. Um, I was using it. Now you can see the ring light. Woo, hello. But yeah, I was using it as the backdrop for these photos. And it's not like the perfect lighting. I did it at night, so there wasn't any ambient light, but like it's still really like it's this is a poor example, so you're obviously looking at a screen of a phone. But um the lighting is not that bad. Like it needs little to no editing. What do you mean, wait. I kind of shifted thought processes in the middle of that. I don't know which one is the Carlby actually. Wanted to show my progress. How big this is this? It's not very. So beneath this is another IKEA furniture, which is like that one uh it's metal table, like a TV table that you can slide under the couches. You can't slide it fully in, but you can also tilt this head so that it kind of goes away, you know, and tucks away. So this is not very big at all. And it's like a square, so you're seeing basically the size of it. You're seeing the entirety of it. I can turn it around and you can see all of it. I should just measure it. There's a bunch of rulers like right there. I'm just being lazy. But like, because I have to reach here and there's the camera cable is here and I really don't want to touch the camera wiring as much as possible. Just in case. Ah! Everything is falling off. I have to grab. This isn't very big. Maybe a 20 by 20? Sure. Excuse me. Sorry about that. I know. Here, I'm gonna stop being lazy. I'll grab my ruler. It is... Oh, it's like a 17 by 17 inch square. I don't think this is a cutting board. Because I'm not sure actually. Maybe it is. I'm actually using the bottom side because it has this, yeah, it has that little lip because this is, the top doesn't have that, see? And you can just kind of like, you're supposed to like slot this in on top of something, I think. Because when I saw this, it was by itself. It was just like there and there was some glasses on top of it. I'm using this side so that if I do paint on it, the nicer side, the broader side, is clean. That's why it's like this. Ah, for over the sink. I see. Then yeah, it's probably the cutting board. I don't know about wood cutting boards actually. I don't quite enjoy wood cutting boards because the knife can go into the board, you know, which is really honestly for most of them. I have an IKEA cutting board that's like the thin kind that you can bend. Yeah, no. I think a lot of people use it for like furniture hacks, which is fine. Hey, okay, go away. Yeah, not in the return side. Yeah, because you know, I bet the returns people like see a lot of furniture in such disarray from people's attempts at doing hacks. What's the worst like return that you know of in your time of working at IKEA? Gotta dig deep. Ooh. Do tell us your IKEA stories. I am quite curious. Debating if I want the legs to go. Not. Yes, I would like the ridiculous ones. I don't want ones that made. Well, I mean, you know, returns as it is can be painful, even on normal circumstances. But like, I don't. Well, I mean, even if you do have ones that are like, yeah, they basically ruined this chair and then returned it saying, "Oh, it dropped." Oh, that's unfortunate. That is a sad one. Yeah, that is a sad one. I'd like ones that are kind of silly natured rather than things like that. 'Cause that is really bad in the sense that like there's a tragedy involved, you know? Yeah, silly ones. Tibbs, here's a question for you. Would you like to be in a voice chat with me instead of typing these all out? And tell us your stories live on the Rinks podcast, not podcast. Yeah, let's do that. I think that would be much faster and easier for you. And I wouldn't mind having like a co-host of some sort. Sounds real uncomfortable to have to deal with. Yeah. Like the thing is, you know, with death of a person, There's no words that you can say that will legitimately give comfort. You'll just be like, okay. You know, you can say, I'm sorry for your loss, but that feels hollow too. Yeah, yeah. Oh, God. I can't believe today. I'm kind of excited now that Tips is gonna come on and then, like, tell us IKEA stories. Is that weird? Just to show you my progress, I'm doing a different approach to my drawing, making use of very thin, fine lines. That's why I pulled the the 3 point, not 0.35. I just drew a hand without like thinking about how the rest of the sleeve looks like. I don't know how I feel about that. Wrong with me today. I'm liking how this area is looking though. I'm very inclined to work with lacy and the leaves today for some reason. Don't ask me why. All right. That. Happy with that kind of sleep. I'm look at what kind of stupidity I'm getting myself into. Finding delicate portion of artwork. Why am I doing this to me? Ba-ba-ba. Hey, Sam. How are you? I'll show you what I've been working on. Here's a bit of a progress. I'm using very fine lines. It is a 0.35. Having a good alien day? What does that mean? You spot aliens today? Is that why it's good, or? Thank you. I'm trying a slightly different approach. It's Alien Day? Like the holiday, like National Alien Day? Oh my gosh. That sprite work alien looks amazing. You think you got your mic set up? Awesome! Go to one of the voice channels in the Discord, and I'll pull you into the stream one. It went well. The only thing that didn't go as well is that I thought I had Mario Party. Well, okay. So, I was told that we had Mario Party. But when I went to check, it was on neither Switch. And I didn't see it on my husband's re-downloads. And I didn't see it on my re-downloads. But when I checked for the game, it says on the page that we had purchased it. So I have no idea what's up with that. So that didn't happen. Just played Mario Kart. I did play what was it? Landstalker. That was pretty cool. What else? Cuz in my struggle to find Mario Party, I downloaded and installed the Sega Genesis Classics. It's so weird. You can see all the doodles in my hand now. All my nails are painted now. Although if you do donate, I will still put a color on. I did put up a new I should do a new goal. Honestly, I don't know if anybody actually wants this. But I was just like, I don't know what else to do. So, because we were at we're at 888, and I was like, maybe putting it to 900 is too too small. So I just pushed it to 1,000. I mean, I don't know if it's right, but Dibs, go to one of the. I'm waiting for you. You should play a horror game again. You think that should be the reward instead? Play another horror game? That was fun. I'm sure it was fun for you. You know, you're right. People want to see me suffer more like that. So maybe I'll play another horror game by myself. Because we reached the goal where I play Phasmophobia with Nate and Fern. Uh, so that'll be sometime in the future. Pineapple on pizza. Oh! I saw that, Sam. Well, maybe you could put that in the Make Rinks Play horror game again. I didn't see it in full, but yeah, I know that they made a new one. What was it called? Like something spaces. Intermediary spaces? Inside spaces? Something like that. It was like a two-word title. Hold on, I'm waiting on Tibbs. Okay, there he is. Tee Hibbs. Hello. I don't know if it's real or not, but it on my thing it says that you are muted. All right, let me. Ooh, there you are. Okay, hold on. I need to do a couple of things. One is to lower the music volume so they can hear.
I have a loss of power on my side. I can make my voice very loud if you want to.
No, it's fine. It's just because like I don't have the the Discord audio separate from like the desktop audio. I don't have something that complicated.
Okay.
Yeah, so I
I
have to just
see.
reduce the music volume and then have ask people if they can hear you very well. Dude,
Isn't
it's
there a
been
way to
so
just?
long since I've heard your voice. It's actually giving me nostalgia from the
Oh
times that
yeah,
I
last
watch your
time.
YouTube.
Yeah, that is a while. Let's have a quick look. Let's go into my old little YouTube channel and
I,
see.
I I just can like well, how did
Okay,
your
my
main greeting
channel.
start again?
Oh, it's hello and hello again.
Yes.
It's a bit higher pitch. It's like hello and hello again. This is Tibblewinkles and welcome back to whatever game it is. Wow, 5 years ago, and that was the
Rakuen, I think.
12th. It's Vacuum when I that was the game that I played.
I believe that's the last one. Yeah. Kara says you
Yes,
can
and
hear you, so that's everything's working as intended.
hooray! I am heard.
All
I
right.
actually don't feel as nervous as I should be,
It'll
or
be.
as awkward.
It's
Am I? Is this my calling? Am I meant to go back into like a YouTube or maybe just maybe streaming?
dude, like you have like the most soothing voice. If you just did like storytelling, like I can see that, and I can be like, yeah. That's part of why I watched your YouTube. Aside from like you played games like more carefully than any other YouTuber than I was watching at the time. Um, I think even now still, I don't think I watched anyone that plays as carefully as you do. Uh, but you also had like a soothing voice to match, and you didn't just play horror games. You're one of the few YouTubers that I watch that didn't just play horror games.
It wasn't just horror games. But I think I had a good mixture. Let's see.
Yeah, you had
I
like
know that I played. If close me. No, it's close. Oh, close me. Yes. That was the game from I forgot his name.
Aesthetic, Ryan, or different Close Me.
Oh, close me. It's Yai GameWorks.
Yeah, Ryan, Aesthetic Gamer.
Yes,
Yes.
yes. Aesthetic gamer. Yes. I was like, wait, close me? Do you mean close? No, wait. Yes.
How did
I
I
was thinking
find your
close
YouTube
your
channel?
eyes.
How did now I'm just like how did I because I know that that's how like we interacted is through by your YouTube. But how did I was it because of
It
Ryan?
was it's a sort of a bit of a mixture. It's a bit muddled for me as well. How I remember it was you did a comment on one of my games, one of my not games. Oh, maybe I should make games. Anyway, that aside, it was on a one of my Let's Play videos on Close Your Eyes, and you said,
That's right. It was Close Your Eyes.
and then
Yes.
and then I was like, yay, thank you for the comment, and then I think later on, like, and I realized, I think I joined your Discord and I started following your art and all that, and then you did the you were promoting the Close Your Eyes socks of the Marshmallow Monk, and I was like, oh, I need to get that. That's official art. Wait, this looks a lot like Rinx's artwork. And then it sank in. I was like, wait a second. This is Rinx.
That's
This
funny.
artwork also look from Close Your Eyes also looks like Rinx. Is this a coincidence? I
Dun,
had that
dun,
one moment I was
dun.
like, nah, it can't be. It can't be Rinx.
That's so funny.
And then yes, it slowly sunk in. And I was like, wait, this never happened before. Me with an actual artist involved in development work with a game, this is impossible.
That's so funny. That is so funny. Oh, you know what?
I yes.
Hibbs, would you be interested in working on a game jam?
Yes, I would be interested, but I can't always guarantee my availability because I work retail,
Right.
and it's a
Well,
very, very sporadic
this is like
scheduling.
spur of the moment, so obviously you can say no. But the Ludum Dare 53 is happening this week. It starts on, I believe, the 28th for you. Because it starts on the 29th for me, which is a Saturday, which, you know, it's a different day for the US. And it goes for 3 days.
All right, let's see what my scheduling says. I think I work. Yeah, I work on Friday to. Wait, what's my scheduling thing? Yeah, Friday all the way to Tuesday.
Okay.
Ooh.
Not this time around. Maybe next time.
And yes, unfortunate clash of scheduling.
Yeah. I'll keep you updated because for the, like, if anything, you're really good at background like stuff, which I don't like doing. That would be like a nice compliment, like to complement the two, I think. I'll have you on my list.
Oh, okay. Background, sort of like background artwork-ish like things.
Yeah, I mean,
Um,
even like stuff for not background stuff. But
yeah, I could
I know you're
try
very
my hand out
skilled.
at stuff like that.
Yeah.
I'd say I prefer doing background stuff, but quite honestly, it's just mostly skyscapes.
Which is fine, honestly. Because like I said, I'm really more specialized in like character and like uh item elements, UI elements rather than background stuff. I often really don't know the background. So I think that you would be like a really nice compliment for me if we were to join a jam together. Because I know I can
I
do
could, yeah.
backgrounds, but it's not like stuff that I find intriguing slash enjoyable to work on. And you can do mad rocks.
Oh no, don't. Dude, no, no, not again. No,
PTSD
no.
flashbacks, rocks. The only thing
What?
is, and this might be actually good for you since you're trying to like kind of loosen up too, is that you know you can't really spend that much time and make something perfect. You know what I mean? On a game jam because time is so limited. You're better off. Ah, hello. How are you?
Hello.
Oh yeah, I have a
Should
co-host
I
today.
also co-host in the greetings of our
Yes,
fellow
of
viewers?
course. Tibbs is here as my co-host today. We've been like kind of reminiscing on how we met just a few minutes ago. But
Yeah, yeah.
Tibbs is here to tell us some IKEA return item stories, horror stories.
Well, more like ridiculous ones. Let's go
Ridiculous,
for
yeah.
like the slapstick ones. I've heard the entire spectrum.
Yeah, nothing sad, please. That's the only
Uh,
caveat.
so only sad as in you are a sad, miserable, no,
Human
a
being.
hmm,
Sorry,
as
excuse for a
sad
human being.
as sad as in a sorry excuse. Like you make me sad, sort of. Hmm. Um. Maybe. No. That almost makes it sound depressing. Um. But yes. There's a few. There's a few.
Yeah, so
I think
come
my
join us for the IKEA story hour.
so so this one is okay. I got one story which is it's more of a common occurrence, and you sort of like over time you sort of figure out a way to correct, so to speak, the customer without being a condescending jerk, so to speak.
Uh-huh.
So there's certain things that you don't notice with anything with the furniture pieces at a quick glance until you open up the manual and actually flip through them. So because of how people go with the have the immediate self-absorbed obsession with doing it by themselves, they end up not reading it.
Right.
In some cases, um, by not reading the booklet, you end up missing a very key piece of information,
Mm-hmm.
namely the rest of the parts to make that piece of furniture.
Mm.
So I'll explain more about the missing pieces in just a bit. And this involves one of the IKEA chairs. So one day I was well, this wouldn't be one day, one of those days, because this happens quite well, it's
Mm-hmm.
happened less often, but it still does happen from time to time. So a customer came in, like of course you'd imagine that they had to drive all the way here, so understandably they're frustrated.
Mm-hmm.
So they just sort of like um, you can tell that they really wanted to slam everything down and say yeah, like you could see the pent up
Shaking their
frustration,
fists.
and like not quite at that point yet.
Oh.
And they're like, um, yes. I asked them, hey, welcome. How may I help you? And they're like, oh yes. I'd like an exchange. This chair doesn't have the all the pieces. I was like, okay. May I have a look at the chair? They bring it out, and I can tell they've forgotten important detail, and that is the back of the chair has the cover on the back of the chair has a zip that goes in a sort of U shape that follows around the back.
Mm-hmm.
And if you undo it and peel it out, inside is all of the hardware in a plastic bag. So
Oh.
imagine the amount of practice I had to go through to not show that to the customer in a condescending manner.
Oh God. Yeah.
So
Oh.
yes. So first of all, I think my method is, oh okay, yeah. In this sort of similar tone, I tell him, oh okay, this is one of the more confusing type of chairs. IKEA doesn't do a good job at explaining it, but if you look at the back of this chair, you realize how it's rattling, how it's a bit heavier than usual. If you unzip this, and then that's when they go, they sort of
Do they
like
like? How many times have you
both
seen like the
palms.
look of like slight embarrassment and just like?
100% of the times.
Oh god.
And yeah, and they're like, "Oh my god, I can't believe I spent all this time." uh, it's like I'm paraphrasing like multiple
Right.
ones, and
People's
I'm like,
reactions. Yeah.
and then I'm like, "Oh yeah, it's okay. This happens a few times," which isn't a lie. And in the back of my brain, I was like, "Dumbass."
You're just like, yeah, this is why you read the manual, you dingus.
But
I
it's
don't
like,
know how people survive, like, cause like for me, when I, IKEA furniture, the first thing I do is open up the manual and then count like the screws and stuff. So I open up the
yeah,
manual and then I grab all the screws and then I like put all the parts like in order just so that like I know exactly how many pieces there are.
yes, you take inventory of all the pieces there is.
Yeah, because
Um,
like screws are important, you know?
mhm. Yeah, of course.
Oh my god.
I think in some IKEA furniture pieces, they've split the hardware into different like separate bags. So like you open one bag to do one part of this, and then they go, oh, it's time to open bag two for the rest of this. And like I like how they did that, so you don't end up with like
A
like
mess of just a pile
a
of
mess
different.
of, yes, a pile of like hardware and screws and like stuff that is even more dangerous to step on than Lego pieces.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh my gosh. Is it like what
Yeah.
chair is that? I need to keep an eye on it so I don't fall prey to I don't fall
I think,
victim.
let's see.
I feel like Squall's eyes staring at people is intimidating.
Or arousing, depending on who you're talking to.
Oh, fair enough. Well,
I
either
think it's the
way.
Milberget. I think the chair is the Milberget chair. Let's see. Let's have a look at the assembly instructions. Sorry, there. I had to turn my head to my other monitor, which could affect how my microphone's picking up.
No, you're fine.
Let's see. Milberget swivel chair. Yes, that's the one. That's the one. It's on the freaking fourth page.
Would they explain to you that stuff? Oh,
No, it's you see, it's on the fourth page. So it's the title page, the front page with the massive diagram. Second page,
do you have like a
it's
link?
the IKEA Stickman. Oh, oh yeah. Um, I'll just link directly
Wait, are you
to the
VIP?
instruction manual.
Are you like can you post link? Oh, yeah. Oh my gosh, what is
Uh,
like the first part of that was like no.
I don't know,
Oh.
but click on
Oh,
it, it works.
oh. It's like
Yeah,
a
I linked the
Chrome
entire PDF.
extension. It says Chrome extension EDF.
Yeah, but it says HTTPS.
Yeah,
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 I
that's the
saw
link.
that bit.
I don't know. I just copied the link. Yes, I am a VIP. I remember you said that I was um, I was pretty much a too much of a couch mod.
Yeah, well,
So
like you were here, but most of the time you were not there. So I was just
yeah,
like, I should give the mods to someone who's
yes,
more frequently there.
I was I was too much of a phantom to be a mod, so I became a VIP instead. Which is fine. Which is fine. Like mods have to, being a mod is like not just let's see. You would say it's more of a responsibility than a privilege.
Yes, I mean there is certain responsibilities you have to undertake. But on the plus side, if I don't have any mods and I need a mod, I can just mod you real quick. Big. And be like,
Oh
Tibbs,
no!
please be present. um.
Don't be that Mufasa in the sky. Remember who you are. No, no, I'm not a mod. Okay, I need to keep an eye out on.
Hold on, I'm checking this manual. Here's the
Yeah, just
parts.
scroll down just a
Oh
tiny
yeah.
bit.
See, like if
It's
you're taking inventory of parts, you would know immediately.
yeah, and it takes it that illustration. It's like more than half of the entire page.
Yeah. Like, how can you, like, make furniture but not... Oh, you know what? I think that's, like, the exact chair that we have at the moment. Cause, or, like, the old chair. It's not quite the same, but similar-ish. The only difference is that the arms are different on ours. It's...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Milberger has gone through a few revisions.
Oh! Hey, Nate! I initially had it like this. This is my pencil board. And I was like, I don't know, maybe Squall's Eye's a little too intense. So I flipped it over to this side. Also, we have Tibbs telling us IKEA return stories today as my
Hello.
co-host.
Yes, I am the co-host.
Do you have other
Oh,
stories for us?
yeah. See, C-Rinks. There we go. Case in point.
Yeah.
See,
There you
Squall
go.
isn't as intense or as scary as one would think.
Well, I mean, this one isn't too intense or scary, but it is like just eyes staring at you.
It kind of looks like the, 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 the kind of, I think it's probably Squall that started the sort of like I think he pretty much started that type of Final Fantasy stare.
Yeah, he is the broody, the original broody teenager, edgelord boy, so edgy.
He is the original broodster.
Yeah, his personality is the one that people wanted Cloud to be. And eventually Cloud became like that because this is what people thought Cloud was. But it's not. It's Squall. Squall was the original edgy boy. Cloud tried to be an edgy boy, but he wasn't quite an edgy boy. He was just a dingus dork.
Or the more we know.
Like even the person. Have you played 7?
7, not myself, but I've watched my older brother play when I was little.
Oh, okay.
So I know just bits and bobs.
Oh, so like, are you planning to play it? Do you want, like, are you the kind that's like, no spoilers?
I am not bothered with spoilers, especially with games that's been around for a good while.
All right. So, like one of not Squall, but Cloud's things was that, you know, he is playing as a supposedly Zack. Like his personality is kind of an infusion, not his own, but like he thinks he's Zack, but not really. He's not Zack, obviously.
Right, all right.
Even that doesn't make full sense because Zack is very outgoing. He's outgoing and friendly and a real dingus, but in a charming way. And Cloud is not that. He was just like, I'm cool. Totally. You know, he had the whatever thing going on in the beginning, but he wasn't really as cool. He wasn't as cool and broody as he became eventually.
Yeah, the broodiness sort of it was almost added on as an afterthought.
No, it is added on. It because basically people, the fans, saw that a majority of them saw that as his personality and like, you know, that he's cool because in the beginning he was quite standoffish. But later on as he like turns into his actual persona, it's really he's quite sad, slightly pathetic. Um, which is fine. He was struggling through a lot of stuff, but people remember more of the I am broody part of it rather than the whole of it. And so then most people remember him as being like the broody Cloud, and that's kind of how he's always portrayed outside of the games. And then eventually, like, Square kind of fed into that instead, like, following with the fans. Meanwhile, Squall was just a broody ass from the get go. He was the original, like, I'm an edgy teenager edgelord. Not that he thought he was cool, but he was just like, I don't care, whatever. That is literally his catchphrase, even in the game. The people in the world of the game, like, when they think about Squall, they think of whatever. The only thing that's really weird for 8 is that the romance between him and the main girl felt really forced, in my opinion, and I don't think Rinoa deserves Squall. Squall deserves better! Hashtag Squall deserves better.
Yes.
So there, my rant of the day, and rant.
And there you have it. Character development versus fandom headcanons.
Yeah, but the fandom headcanon is no longer headcanon. It is canon. It has turned
Yes.
into the canon. Especially with the recent iterations of Cloud. Like, they really just... He's now full-blown broody. McBrood.
Yes. If Cloud wore any more black, he would have been Batman.
Pretty much. The only thing I feel really sad about is how, like, Tifa deserves better. But the fans really want Cloud. There's some fans that are like heavy Cloud Aerith shippers, which I don't fully understand, because in the course of the game, I didn't ever feel like a romantic like tension between Aerith and Cloud. And it was made obvious. It's like, oh, the reason is that like Aerith was kind of sweet on Cloud was because it reminded her of Zack, who she genuinely likes. And then it becomes apparent like Cloud thought he was Zack, and so he was kind of playing that role, but not really, because again, Zack is an outgoing, more positive persona. Cloud is not. Cloud was one of those like, I'm a nervous boy, but I want to be cool, and it just so happens that he got the attention of Zack Senpai. They got to hang out with the cool boys. Well, Zack is really a dork, but a charming dork. Anyway, IKEA stories, please. I can go on forever ranting about this. It's not really a rant, because I don't really have a problem with whatever, but I just do think it's interesting and kind of funny how Cloud became Cloud.
I wonder if someone already made a YouTube video on that. The history of Cloud.
Maybe. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised, but I don't know if I can genuinely, like, if they make, see, like, some fanboys are really in it, you know what I mean? And it's hard to dissect what's bias and what's just analysis.
Cloud. What are clouds? Some think it's an act of godly intervention. Some sing for it. Some even dance for it.
Brings in the rain. You know, and also like I do find it like they named I don't know why they named their pro tags in that fashion. What was the one? Cecil? Cecil? Yeah, I think Cecil was sick.
Diesel kind of sounds like that. What is it called? Is it that little saw? So, yes, it sounds like sawzall.
A
You know,
what?
there's little there's little mechanical it's like a little saw blade that just goes back and forth.
I've never seen a saw.
Yeah, sawzall, spelt Sawzall.
Dead a sawzall.
Yes.
I was like Zed, and then I'm like, oh right, you're British at heart.
At least it doesn't sound like the third letter of the alphabet every time I try to say it.
What do you mean?
There's the, oh, it's. I think that's one of the reasons why we say Z instead of Z, because Z sounds a lot like C.
C. Ah,
Like how
gotcha.
sometimes over the phone when someone says O, it sounds a bit like 8, and the other way around.
8
Yes,
and O.
yes.
How do those two sound the same?
If someone speaks not so clearly over the phone and it sounds really muffled, they end up sounding very similar.
I O and 8.
Mm.
I don't know. I cannot put them
And
close enough.
also different intonations and accents can
Fair. I mean, I'm not saying it's impossible because
really
obviously I
contribute to
haven't
it.
like you what?
Yeah, it really like different dialects
Right.
can really contribute to it.
And I imagine that's the main contributor because like me thinking about it, I'm just like I cannot imagine where it's mistaken for one or the other. But again, that is just me.
Also in England, everybody likes to be drunk, so yeah.
Likes what? Likes to be drunk? Is that what you said?
Yes, yes. That's really just my experience in the UK.
There you go, guys. UK people always drunk or
Yes,
frequently drunk.
that was the one thing. I think I remember watching a stand-up, an American stand-up,
Uh-huh.
that he said he visited the UK, and he was asked, yeah, what do you think about the UK? And I forgot who it was, but he says, you know, he says something along the lines of, British people are so obsessed with getting drunk.
That's so funny.
The phonetic alphabet exists. Yes, it does. But
Yes,
a lot
but
of UK people don't really care about it.
well, a lot of people in general because,
No, I've
there's
like
there's it's more well known than most, but not everyone has it like off the top of their head, you know what I mean?
the phonetic alphabet is more popular in the US. If you say the phonetic alphabet in the UK, they'll probably start making uh, really bad Southern American accents and talk about burgers before they even try their phonetic alphabet.
Oh my god, really?
Yeah, it's very British to take like to make fun of every single person under the sunlight. Um, the people who are really nice and kind, those are pretty much the outliers.
Wow. It's so funny cuz like I have several British friends who are quite lovely. But hearing about this,
Yeah,
I want to like ask questions now.
they probably don't really want to talk about it, but yes, it's
Oh,
it's
like I'm.
not uncommon to find someone that would say something about something
Oh my gosh, that's
without first, without first, of course, talking about the French, because like it's British pride to to take the living piss out of the French.
what the UK contributes to NATO these days. I mean, I don't know. Honestly, I don't know what
I don't
anybody
know what the
contributes to
UK
the NATO.
contribute. What is NATO anyway?
It's the
Like how much I
alliance
know about it.
of like countries. North,
Mm,
like I forgot if it's like a North American Trade Organization, something like. I don't, North Atlantic. There you go.
North. Ah, well, I don't think England would be contributing to anything, considering it's not part of Europe anymore. Brexit sort of, yeah, for a lack of a better term, the UK sort of shot themselves in the foot because of Brexit.
Yeah, let's not get to there. And hello, Cesar. I
But
don't know why
yes,
I keep saying
I'll leave it
Cesar.
at
I
that.
know that it's Czar, not Cesar.
Czar. Huh. You know, the UK rarely talks about NATO. It's not anything like throughout my whole year with watching BBC News, they never really mention NATO. I guess that's how much they care about it, despite being a founder.
Well, to be fair, it doesn't quite come into American news too often, but it does once in a while. Although, also, what shows in the news can sometimes be quite biased to what people of the masses care about listening.
Yeah, very.
So, hard to take stock from just that.
But if anything, NATO only got mentioned more frequently, like last year.
Oh, interesting.
Oh, oh, that's probably why, because it was
it
it
was
had
with
something to do with
France.
France.
It's because France started it with them, so they're like, well, whatever. Let me just really quickly show my progress. Have it. I'm really satisfied with her hair. Do this, and it's easy. Have it. Progress. I finished like the front bit of dress. I think that question is for you. It's definitely not for
Treaty of Dunkirk. Nope. I'm afraid I'm not familiar with that. Even if it's with the history of modern history of the of Europe, especially World War II. Um, during my GCSE education, we really just covered the rise of the Third Reich and how it really affected Europe, rather than the English French uh, involvement, so to speak. But yeah, I guess when I was doing my GCSEs, it wasn't really, yeah, they never really mentioned Dunkirk.
It's not surprising. Like,
No, they didn't get into that much detail. I know that like at I know like Germany like basically like took over France in a matter of like I don't know, was it like just a day or was it a week? They did it so fast using their blitzkrieg tactic that France was completely taken over by surprise. But I only learned that as like some additional reading. It wasn't even like mentioned in
You're like your textbooks.
as part of my textbook.
Mm.
But no, it's not like I'm brushing aside what you're saying right now. Is that Zolite?
So like, yeah.
Zolite. Yes, you're putting some like very interesting stuff. So I'm just like trying to remember how what I was taught, but yeah, it didn't cover any of this.
Dunkirk was sent to. Looks like Omega.
Alright, I'm doing just a bit of reading. Did. Yeah, funny that, especially when I have history lessons, like thinking back on the history lessons I used to have when I was still in UK,
Mm-hmm.
like at school, like they do tend to, well, yeah, they do tend to put a lot of the UK stuff in better light, or at least scrub out or not mention the worst
Less
stuff.
favorable. Yeah, I mean, that's with any country really. I I find it. I think Germany with the stuff in World War might be the only
Like
mention of.
yeah, not a lot of people know that in World War I there was a lot of like people from India being recruited or drafted into the UK Army. That was something I learned from Matt Easton, my HEMA instructor.
Makes sense. That was still a colony at the time, right?
That one I wasn't sure, but I wouldn't say that I know enough to confirm.
Gotcha. Because wasn't there like I just remember this is okay. So take this with a grain of salt because I'm remembering from old memories. Can I draw her hand too big?
So there's oh sorry, there. Yeah, go ahead.
No, no, no.
You first, Ranks.
I was just gonna say that like, um, yeah, like I don't know. I remember reading like a unit of people, but I might be confusing it with Pakistan or something like that. But there was like a unit of like elite soldiers, that was part of the British Army, but it was like super elite. I don't remember. You know what? Forget it. I don't remember enough to even actually like convey the information that I'm thinking about. So move on. Go ahead, Tibbs.
Oh, okay. I was curious on the term because when people say Indian ones, so I only know that uh, I'm not going to say what I don't know, but what I do know is that Matt Easton made a when he was talking about his studies into uh, Indian Middle Eastern weaponry. He also spoke about soldiers that were drafted into World War One. But he made a short comment on that, and then that's
It's
when
like
I
a
paused the
passing
video.
comment.
And yeah, he did it as a passing comment. So I was like, wait, stop the video. Let's have a quick look. But that was all I did into it. I didn't do much digging. I was like, huh, so it was true. And then I just sort of shrugged
Moved on.
and carried on with my day. But so back into my previous thought that I had, I was interested on the term Axis. Turns out I just did a quick Google search, so this might not be the whole truth, but it was Benito Mussolini that
Mhm.
came up with that term for the Italo-German relationship. So it doesn't necessarily encompass the entirety of the opposing side, because what I was taught was there was a triple alliance and a triple entente. And the funny thing is, because of how we're so used to the phrase allies versus axis, we
Conflated.
end up, yeah, it feels like a conflicting a sort of uh, use of terminology, but that was an actual a term, because the triple alliance was referring to the axis powers plus allegiances they have, and the triple entente, because it was French, um, refers to the other side of Europe, UK and the rest. And also, I think the Triple Alliance also included the US, but who cares about that?
History is fascinating. Yeah, like I was actually pleasantly surprised when I went. So I went to two high schools because when I moved to the States, they were like, "You're too young for college." Even though I had basically taken my college exams and had gotten into the university that I took the test for. Hey, Luna.
Oh, hello. This is my voice. I am Tibblewinkles.
I have a co-host
Oh,
today.
actually, I better say hello as well, because I imagine that a lot of people only know me by my text and my through my typing.
Ah,
Hello,
yeah, yeah.
I am
Yeah, it's a
co-hosting
5 commission raffle.
today.
It's basically if you reach this goal, this tiny bit that's left, everyone who donated will get in a raffle. Um, and I'll spin a wheel.
Ooh, Sa Omega. Yes. All right. You. Thank you for filling the gap in my knowledge.
Yeah, we're having like our discussion turned to like World War II, and here we are because we were talking about history lessons where they didn't really like touch upon certain history notes that made the respective country like look bad. This kind of turned into like a small podcast in a way. Uh, you know. So
Oh yes. I guess it is really my fault for derailing this. My apologies.
no, this is perfectly fine. Like talks like this is perfectly fine with me. Like I invited Tibbs over to initially talk about IKEA stories, horror stories of returns, the silly kind, and the ridiculous kind, not the sad. Because Tibbs mentioned that he has gotten a return where the reason for the return was the person who I was gonna give this to died, and those are just not fun.
Yeah. Luckily, that was the only one where I picked up that someone died. Um, I know there's some other ones where um, most of it ends up being, yeah, it didn't get used. I'm like,
Uh,
oh, okay. And I don't try to think about it too much.
returning it because they died. That would be weird.
So would oh, they're returning it because the so are you saying that
The
the
zombie.
said customer died, reincarnated, and then came back saying, "Look, I only have this many hours of my life left. At least let me have my money back before I die again. At least have my money back so I can pay off all my debts." So my
Especially the funeral fees.
yes, let this be towards my funeral fees.
Please let me return this IKEA furniture. Ghost. I don't know. Excuse me. You might want to. What if it's a zombie? That would still count.
You know, with the amount of with how the customers really act, I'll only be surprised if one of them was a zombie.
To be fair, yeah. Zombies might emit an odor. I mean, some living people emit an odor, Omega. Like, zombies are not the only one.
And who said zombies don't have access to
Deodorant?
sanitation?
How do not cover that overwhelming rotting stench? I think, well, see, here's the thing, Omega. Humans in general, have, like, the capacity to get used to something incredibly quickly. So, if you live in a world where zombies are the norm, that smell is more common than anything else. It just becomes normal. What? Oh my god, Luna! Are you serious?
Wait, what's happening?
Ah!
Oh, that text was so blue it disappeared into the screen. How much was that?
She finished off. She put the goal. Oh my gosh, Luna. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Wow, how generous.
Well, I guess
Luna
we're having
with
a
the
raffle.
completion.
Wow. Thank you. Now you're in the running. Thank you so much for stopping by and doing that. I will. I will. Thank you. Thank you. Hearts. Oh wait, Luna, Luna. I almost forgot. You need to wait before you go really quickly. You need to like pick a nail color. A nail color. What nail? And then what do you want me to draw on my hand? So you can pick a nail color that I will color a fingernail with. You can choose whatever finger you like. And then something, pick a hand and what to draw on it, and I shall do so.
The decision is yours to make.
Yes, dark purple, any ring finger, and a kitty. All right. On your hand? Yeah. Like which hand? Do you have a preference? Let me grab. I might have to like custom mix a dark purple because I honestly like don't have enough purples. Like the Luna face? Okay. The one of your emotes? Luna face inside the hands, cupping the face. I shall do that.
That purple you just brought out, it kind of looks pretty dark purple to me.
This one?
But that's...
This is more of a violet. Needs a bit more blue in it.
Oh, okay. Under the light, that kind of looks a bit more... Yeah, it looks a bit brighter.
The
Yeah,
camera
that
does make
definitely...
it a bit, yeah.
Yeah, that purple definitely needs a few drops of darker blue.
Yeah. Do a custom mix.
Unless Luna likes that purple.
I mean, I want to differentiate it a little because I have that on this hand. Any ring finger, I'll put it on. I'll put it on. Tibbs, you get to pick. Left or right? Left or right?
I don't have a dice with me. I'll throw my rat.
Wait, did you say you'll ask your rat? Can you? Yeah, Luna. Totally.
Okay, I threw my rat and it's pointing to the left.
Left. Okay. Left it is.
By the way, I have a cat toy and it looks And if I didn't tell you it's a cat toy, you'd think it's just a plush rat.
I mean,
And
okay, see ya, Luna. I will take a picture.
yeah, so the reason why I have it on my table right now is because my my um my cat Tibbs, he is a lovable goofball, but there's at night I hear him now when not a lot of people are active. He'll pick up that his that this specific brown rat of a cat toy, and he'll make the saddest and loudest meow with it in his mouth, and he'll continue to meow and meow and meow and meow and meow and meow until someone responds.
Oh my god. That almost sounds really, really sad, if not for the fact that that sounds also very annoying.
So that's what the rat is on my table.
It's just there so that he doesn't meow endlessly.
Yes. And besides, he's probably like taking a nap near my feet right now.
Oh, that
I don't
kitty.
see him, but
Oh,
he's nearby.
he's nearby, but not there.
Yes. He just likes to be near someone,
Oh, you know what?
like at
I
least
should
in
have. No, go ahead. Going.
yeah, at least in a room with someone else.
Hold on. I need to
He is,
redo this name.
he's definitely a cat that can't chill by himself.
Aww. Cute, but
That's
also,
probably my
like,
fault.
I can imagine how that can be.
And because we have an upstairs and a downstairs, and
Mm-hmm.
our dining room is downstairs at the so every time um, everybody's gathered at dinner time, and Tibbs is upstairs, and he finds the rat. Guess what he does?
Oh no! Does he
Upstairs,
take it and then meow?
meow, meow, wow, wow, and we're like trying to like enjoy
Your meal.
our little mac and cheese with steak, and we're like, Tibbs, we're down here, but no, he wants someone up there.
Oh my god. What a needy
So
cat. Dibs.
and I think he has added to his repertoire of techniques he would use. He will
Oh no.
come up to us. Sometimes he will respond by walking down stairs with the cat, with the cat. I mean,
With
with
the
the
cat.
cat toy, and he will continue with his sad meowing, and then we get close enough for us to sort of get up and walk towards him. And guess what he does?
Does he walk away?
Makes a break upstairs. He makes a break for it and goes upstairs,
Does he love
and
the
then starts
upstairs?
meowing. Sorry,
Does he love the upstairs?
I don't know,
Because
because when I'm upstairs here, sometimes he meows from downstairs.
wherever he feels like being, that's where he wants you to be.
Yes, I think that's partly my fault because I really like pestering him when he was younger,
Oh, now
and I
he's
think he got
pestering.
to the
He's just
point.
paying it back.
And now he's expecting my presence
What?
wherever he is.
Wait.
Wait,
Hold on. Is that real? Omega, did you really just do that?
yeah, looks like the amount just went up. But why specifically 103?
Wait. What? Well, now it's 11, 11, 10, 3. Aww!
But yes, yes, I'm not saying that it's a low amount by any means. That is still a significant amount of cash there. Like Luna donated 102 because Luna donated 102 to even it out
Yeah,
into
to a nice
yes.
even
Okay.
number. Oh my gosh, thank
Oh,
you so much. Okay, Omega. Now you get to tell me. Yes, we're doing our nails because that's the donation incentive. Is when you donate. Well, the donation goal was met, so the donation incentive became when you donate, you get to tell me what you get to pick a color, and then a nail to paint it on, and then a doodle to doodle on one of my hands. That's why my hands are full of doodles. I do need to redo this nails because I kind of ruined it. So Tibbs, take over for a minute. I will go and clean this. Grab some cotton to clean this nail up and start it all over. So yes, we are doing nails. Tibbs, please.
okay. Well, I don't have any nail polish, but I guess I can at least take your orders. Let me grab my little uh, waiter pen, and I shall be right with you. And what would you like to uh, order for today, Omega?
I'm back. Nice and swift. You too
I
have
just got my pen.
got your pen.
Yes, I said I will take his order.
Oh, you'll.
I will take Omega's order. Sorry there.
I mean, just pick a color. I have to redo this one because I ruined it. I didn't want to ruin it the way I did, but I did. So now I have to read this nail. Yes, color, picture, and then if you want to pick also like what nail. I mean, if you want, you can pick the same nail that I'm working on. So you and Luna are on the same nail, or you can pick the opposing nail. Ooh. Really up to you. The music end.
Was that meant to be music? Oh wait.
You're not
I'm not
hearing it.
hearing the
Yeah, because you're
I'm
not
not
listening to.
hearing the music because I've muted the
Yeah, the
stream,
stream.
so I don't get double voice.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't get quadruple voice because I'll be hearing myself as well.
Yeah, yeah. It's totally fine. I got it. I should put let's shift to uh Carl Casey at White Rat Audio. Which, in case you guys don't know, White Bat Audio gives like synthwave that are it is um free, copyright free. So you can just listen to it and you'll be all right.
Oh, very nice. Royalty-free music where
Yep.
nobody would put a DMCA strike.
Yes. So now we're gonna listen to a bunch of like synthwave stuff because I wanted to do
Speaking
chill synthwave, but like there wasn't a playlist and that music was just like 3 minutes long. So we're just gonna listen to a variety.
speaking of music, not too long ago you shared a music piece. What was it? It was called "Staring at My Spaceship,"
Yes,
and I'm
by
like,
Vert.
yes, this is perfect for Starfish. Like Starfish could do with a bunch of like little 8-bit EP music.
I mean, totally. But I don't know how viable that is with considering how heavy the front end is at the moment.
Yeah, it would be more like if you want to make a like a little trailer for it.
Synthwave Boy to
But
go with Lo-Fi Girl? I don't know. That's news to me. Is that real?
synthwave, but synthwave and lo-fi are
You pick the color blue. I have a
Yeah.
variety of blues. It's
Really?
real? Oh, amazing. Are you looking for Omega, are you looking for a light blue or a dark blue? I have a variety of blues. This blue is my favorite color, so I have a lot of blue nail polish. I'll put it in the
Oh,
imposing nail so you guys are like, I don't know if he's a synthwave boy, but he did make a new channel. Oh, interesting. Dark blue. Alright, I'll pull out my dark blues. Or darker blues, I guess. That can count as a dark blue.
did a whole thing where there was a flashing window across the way from Lo-Fi Girl,
Interesting.
and it turned out to be Synthwave Boy's window. Oh, I guess it was.
Oh, I see. So they're
uh,
like streaming at the same time. It's depending what kind of chill you want. Alright. I have these three for you to pick. I had I guess
Yeah.
I had I did a bunch of nail polish cleaning some time ago. To toss some really old nail polish. I have these three. There's a dark blue. These two have a shimmer to it. This color is the same as in my thumb. So you got this three. Picture with a crown on it. All right. Oh, I'll put yours on the left hand, the short one. Okay. I'll do this one first. Oh, no, that's fine now. Right, faster then. Quickly paint this. And these color.
All right. Sorry, I'm doing a quick search on Synthwave Boy,
No
and
worries.
apparently the Lo-Fi Girl disappeared.
Wait.
It's probably got the MCA takedown of it being an animation. It probably was a loop some artist did, and someone decided to put it to use
Oh,
it
wait,
for
really?
it. That's my guess. But they're saying, well, at least this is. By the way, I got this from a article from Polygon, so you can
Take it with
probably
a grain of salt.
take it with a shaker of salt.
Oh. That wasn't. Oh my god, that was scary. That almost spilled over Squall. Would not want to damage Squall.
Wow. I'm like, when you made that gas, I was like, wait, what happened? Oh wait, the stream is on a delay. I need to wait 6 seconds before I see what happened.
Yeah, like the thing tumbled. That was very scary. I'll put
Yeah, I just saw it. I just saw it tumbled a moment ago.
some spots.
Being on a chat to a stream with some sort of delay to it, it's like it's a bit like Future Vision.
Yeah, it is.
I know exactly what's going to happen in the next 3 seconds.
Oh, you're gonna be like those kids from what's it called? There, I got spots on that nail. Oh, yeah, it is. It's a trace of, I believe, the dad from Totoro when he was doing a study. Oh no, it wasn't. It was Whispers of the Heart when oh, I forgot her name, but when she was like writing her novel intently in one of the scenes. That's where it was from. Yeah.
Maybe that's how it got DMCA'd.
Probably. I mean, it's Ghibli. Yeah. It's Whispers of the Heart. That's actually one of my favorite Ghibli movies. If you guys haven't seen it, you should. It's very good. I wonder if I can just put it in.
All right, let's see.
Still need to do the drawing.
All right. Just so you know, I'm a bit distracted because I am currently trying to get Mako to or to pick up this little cache. I got about just a bit over 20 minutes
Ah,
before it hit.
no worries. That's pretty important. I have to do a second layer. So there you go. Matching nails for Luna and Cesar. I need this. I don't know why the heck I keep saying Cesar. Now stuck. Like I don't want it to be stuck. It's annoying. Second. There you go. Right, I need to do out of that. Ugh. My toothpicks. There you go. Be careful with your acetone, friends. Very dangerous material. Then now I draw. Draw a cat. Need to see that email. We also need to tell Luna that you donated 103 just to like one up her.
But that would just mean that Luna needs to donate $2. Because that would
$2?
just add it up. Yes, because the total will make it 104. Doesn't necessarily mean that you have to add another 100 to it.
Oh, that's not how some people see it though. You painting your nails sent me into a rabbit hole of trying to find 7 free nail polishes. What? Oh! Yeah. Oh no. Tibbs, do you mind putting in the chat? Or someone
Putting into chat. Okay, what would you
that
like me to type?
Omega donated 103 just to spite her.
Okay.
Just
So I did just that.
That's so funny.
And then we have the emote battles. This is the only one I can use. Well, the only one that I care to use.
Yes. It's a good one.
And watch it bounce around. Boing. Okay, and now my whale in the fishbowl is just going to sit there for a while.
Here's a
Oh,
little
yes.
part.
Okay, once you're done, you should go to charge up your combat charge.
Here you go. For Luna. So funny. I forgot to turn the captions on. Oh my freaking bananas. I am such a dingus. But stream's almost
Oh, wait.
over.
If you turn on the captions, who will it capture?
Just
Just
me.
you?
Yeah, because it's a website that takes the input from my mic.
Ah.
Okay, now this is the tricky part because this finger is drying. So now I have to draw holding with my left hand, holding it in an unconventional way. It's Omega with a crown. To oppose here, let me turn the captions on. That's easy. Then Luna can listen. Captions on. I wanted to say like the matching nails of Luna and Omega. That actually turned out really nice. Not gonna lie,
Wow.
they're really well matched.
Would you look at that?
Okay, now I need to draw this Omega with a crown. With my left hand. Concentrate.
Oh, concentration. Ultra instinct. It's like drawing
Not
a
too bad.
horseshoe.
Yeah, I just turned the subtitles on. You made me realize that I'd forgotten to turn them on. And I wanted to say that your nails are matching. This is Omega's nail. This is Luna's nail. Because they're already a solid color on it, so I put spots. It's matching. That's why you're also like in the same position on my hand. But Omega said to put a crown on his. There. There you go.
And this is the most colorful nails and decorated hands on stream.
I absolutely love how this has turned out. Like I was actually hoping that they'd be far more like crazy. Like these two are still super normal, but I might like if nobody else donates, I might just go put something on it for my own donation. I have to like let that dry. And draw. I'm not gonna stop drawing. So that's still gonna go happen. That's gonna be interesting.
The art must go on.
Indeed. Oh my gosh, imagine if I started you on a sword history rant just now, Tib. You now have vocal freedom.
Are you sure?
That like, I will if you let me. Honestly, I find it fascinating. Oh no, is that like nail polish got flicked or something? I don't remember seeing that dot there. Glad
Mysterious dot. We need to look into it.
When you said Mysterious Dot, I remembered that one song by Tobuscus, like Mysterious Stranger Watching from a Distance. The Assassin's Creed song.
Hibiscus.
Do
Now
you not
that
know
is a
about that?
name I haven't.
I
Now that is a name
know,
I haven't
right?
heard in a while.
Yeah. Luna. I was surprised too. But Omega just wanted to one up you. Y- They were just like, nah, nah. The last the last don't know won't go to you. He actually made a video recently, Tobuscus. I was like, wow, that's a blast from the past. Because I'm actually still subscribed to his channel. He was making videos, then he stopped for that long ass period. And then he started to make videos again, but not quite the same as before. And then he stopped again for a long while. So it was very weird. But he made a new video recently. Like it was literally I think yesterday or 2 days ago. Something like that.
Yeah, Tobuscus has really like he has gone through a big spectrum of like different media that types. Like I think starting from Newgrounds, he did art and flash animations,
Alright, Luna.
and then he moved into making some games because of course Flash is also capable of doing that.
Mm-hmm.
And then going into YouTube, uh, Tobuscus on YouTube now. He did a range of stuff.
Yeah. And he got pretty big. And then I think he went into dormancy after the accusations happened.
Now the accusations, I knew that there was some sort of drama going on, but I forgot what it was exactly.
I think he got accused of um I think it was like sexual advances to minors.
Oh,
Um I'm not sure if that was proven or not. So please do your research. But that's the reason he went uh into dormancy.
kind of reminds me of what happened to Cry.
Oh, but I think his got proof. Like legit that he did stuff that
Yeah, it was, and then there was another YouTuber who would have gone like became very um popular if it weren't for a very similar accusation that scared him off.
honestly, like I'm glad that victims have a platform, but I don't like the false accusations that happen because
But
it
there's also yeah. So
sorry.
so I it's a bit of a because of the of me actually knowing people who um got um like branded as like who actually got registered as sexual as well in a sex offenders registry, so to speak. That
Oh,
it
it got
is
proven?
pretty. It's not whether it was proven or not. It's because the people there was enough people taking a side that it didn't
Oh,
matter whether it was true or not.
that's
It
bull.
it's it got to the point where it was safer for him to take the accusation than to defend his innocence.
That's stupid. Hate mob mentality. And the worst part about this is when the fake ones come to light, right? The real ones, then whenever they come out, people cast a lot
So
of doubt into it.
so it's it's so in this case, it was more of the issue of people not policing their environment well enough, because it was an act of someone pretending to be an age in which they're not,
Hmm.
and that's what caused the issue.
I feel like, in my opinion, when that kind of stuff happens, some leniency has to be shown to the person. Especially if, like, when they find out the truth, they back out. Because, like, there's no way for you to know. There's absolutely no way for you. If someone's pretending to be, like, a kid, and if you think they're of age, then... You know what I mean? There isn't anything wrong with that inherently.
It's not someone pretending to be a kid, it's more like a kid trying to pretend to be an adult.
Well, yes. That's what I mean. Like,
Yeah.
so if the person finds out that that was the case and they back off, then I feel like, you know, some leniency has to be shown. Or like if it got found out and that was the case and the person in question never really found out that that was the case, some leniency still has to be shown because they're equally, while they are also at fault, yes, they are also not fully at fault because they were in the mindset that the other party is of age. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. But that was how the systems and regulation worked back then. It was just, in other words, very unfair. So I'm like,
it's really unfortunate
hear...
that they're actually registered.
Yeah.
Jeez, that's like life altering.
It's only just about a few weeks ago where they're now officially off the register.
Oh God, thank God. But still, that's like on a record now.
Yeah, it's on a well, it's been deleted now, but
oh, okay.
As in, like, it cannot be found in a record anymore. But
okay,
the amount of things that he tried to do to like make money on the side, just they all got shut down.
Well, yeah.
It had to be on the whim of the registry office, and they have the power to say yes, like on one day, and then a week later they could just say no. Like even if you went to them using the proper procedures, showing them all the paperwork, and explaining how you are going to do this in a way that's not going to affect anyone, and even if they say okay, then they can still say no later.
Right. And yes, Omega, that is very much a problem as well. But this is like one of those things where I'm just like, parents need to learn how to be parents. You know what I mean? Because it's quite unfair to just keep blaming one party, especially well, here's the thing. Hands down, what needs to happen is just people not going into mob mentality. People need to stop just like when somebody goes, oh, he raped me, and then just like grab pitchforks all of a sudden. People need to chill and wait and go through the proper channels and do a proper investigation to prove someone's innocent. Because that is how it's supposed to be. They're innocent until proven guilty. Now, you can absolutely not try to not support that creator during the period of, you know, investigation. But I feel like that's completely fair because then, you know, you're like, I don't know if I'm comfortable supporting this creator. But to just be like, you know, the cancel culture, so to speak, just do that off the bat without knowing whether it's true or false hurts all parties all around because it hurts someone who is absolutely innocent and got accused. Just like the situation that you were just saying, Tibbs. Like they were innocent, quote unquote. Like if we make them innocent by virtue that they absolutely had zero idea that the other party was not of age, I still feel that some innocence can be put upon them. You know, because they were acting that on the information that it was legal. And when it's legal, there's nothing wrong with that. So and their life just got upended because of what happened, and they got put on like an official record, and that just ruins people. On the other hand, if the people are proven, the accusation is proven false, it hurts people who are actually having real accusations, because the ones who now would have been like, oh, I believe you, are now like, oh, you're just trying to do it for the money. It's such a it's a tricky balance for sure. It's definitely not just black and white the way people like to act like it is. Honestly, extremely annoying. You ask me.
Yeah, it's like it's a mixture of a lot of different issues that are at hand. And like it even borderline like overlaps with mental health care to an extent.
Oh,
It's
it
just not
absolutely
taken as serious.
overlaps. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just not taken as seriously, and only like they only started talking about it just a few years ago. And
Because, like, unless you know the person absolutely, like, you might be like, oh, you're just lying. People like to. People
there's
like to
like
feel
there's
like they are
yeah
righteous. And it's really annoying. People need more humility.
yeah, at this point it's like a lot of people are just they have their own idea of what's right and what's wrong, and there's not a lot of things being in terms of, at least from how I feel of how things are handled legally. It's pretty much a gray area on how um, mental dis mental health care is handled. I was about to say mental disability, but that's not the correct word anymore.
What is the
And
correct
it's
term?
I don't remember.
Because I actually don't know. That's news.
Mental health, yes, mental health. That's the word.
Okay.
And yeah, also with how if we go if we touch on the topic of sex work, like that in itself is like also an incredibly gray area, because nobody wants to like be seen as a person that is incredibly vulgar and goes into orgies. No, that's not what sex work is about.
And some
Heck,
people go
even
into it willingly. And actually, like, I feel
um,
if you legalize that stuff, it's healthier for everyone all around. Because then you get screenings and whatever. And I think in
yeah,
Australia
absolutely.
it's legal. I'm not sure, but yeah, they like the cleanliness and like the health of the workers you're dealing with is much more guaranteed. And people like to act like having sex is so sacred. I mean, to an extent it is, but it can also be just like fun. Nothing wrong with that.
So this is probably going to upset a few people, but you know, some girls in TikTok, despite them not having OnlyFans or anything, are using it as sex workers.
I
Like,
mean,
if they do anything as much as teasing, or like anything that they know that will attract a the attention of the opposite sex, that is already sex work. And people have to understand that.
would you say like I think, well, because that's kind of like a very general and broad term. So I think what you want to narrow it down to is like if they're doing something to sexualize themselves in an effort to attract the attention of potential views, then I would say yes. Because like just saying doing something to attract someone else is very vague. You know what I mean?
Okay, yes, I understand. Yeah, you got a point there. Absolutely.
I wouldn't call like someone who happened to cosplay as um I forgot her name from One Piece, but she has like Boa,
Nami.
Boa Hancock. Not me too, but like they have big boobs, and like that's kind of their point. Or like Bayonetta, her whole point is being sexy, and so if someone cosplays that, that's under your definition, it kind of falls into it. But I wouldn't call that sex work. So I think it's got to be
Well,
more than
yes,
that, like a
it's
little bit more like
absolutely.
you know purposefully
It's
like squishing their boobs together, or like like being teasing. Yeah, exactly. That's why I was like, that needs to be narrowed down a little, um, because that is far too vague. But if they were like, you know, positioning themselves on camera so that like their boobs are constantly there, and they're wearing like extremely showy clothes that if they breathe, like their boobs will pop out or something, um, and like
yeah, absolutely.
showing like teasing shots of perhaps they're behind or whatever.
Well, yes. Okay, yeah, I was definitely being a bit vague. I mean, of course, if that is their main type of content, then then yes. If it's just going to be like something that they do like every once in a while because they want to explore the type of content, then that wouldn't necessarily be sex work.
Yeah. But I get what you're trying
Because
to say,
yeah,
though. But it does need to be just in general, yeah, intent is definitely part of that.
yeah, absolutely.
And not just intent, because like here's the thing. It's the same with communication, right? Everybody has intent, but how the message lands still does kind of matter. Because I could be fully intending to say something in a very like I'm only trying to help you kind of way, but if you took it as an insult, that's really not on me necessarily, but it's also on me because that means my message did not translate well. Um so it's kind of like it's a kind of a balance of the two.
Yeah,
But
it's like this conundrum with written with
language and
the written
communication.
language.
Yeah.
Yes, language and the communication, especially the written form, is
There's no
you are
tone.
partly responsible, and yet uh, it is an equal amount of responsibility that you take and don't take for how people read your words,
Yeah,
because you're not responsible for how they feel when they're reading the words, but you're
right.
also responsible on how to phrase that text so that they would they won't end up being in the mood that they might be in.
Right. Like
And it's like very
very tricky.
very tricky to handle.
For sure,
Like
for
I know that
sure.
yeah, I know that Grammarly is like has this little add-on that goes, "Hey, your text sounds friendly," or "Hey, your text sounds a bit informal,"
Does it
or
go,
"It's a
"Hey,
bit
your
too
text
cold," and
sounds
all that.
threatening."
I think
Does-
it does, but I never wrote a threatening letter with Grammarly before. But yeah, who knows? Maybe I could try and see if that
Do you
works.
have
But
Grammarly?
and I have the attachment, the free attachment that was attached, that was
Ah,
downloaded, but I find it pretty annoying because sometimes their little circle pop up like obscures a button that I want to click, and I'm like, why do I have you? And
UI
it just
problems.
and at best it only corrects the words that I've wrote. So it's not really that useful. And it's like, hey, this is what I can tell you, but you need a premium version of Grammarly. And I'm like, really? You're gonna tell me this is wrong, and you're not gonna tell me how it's wrong unless I pay you money?
Yeah. That's how they
Kind of
get you.
like those reminds me of those 10-minute videos that's like, yes, I'm gonna tell you how to improve your photography, and like the first 5 minutes is like, when I started photography, I kept on taking pictures of my toenails. It looked like toenails.
And
Like,
then like if you
I,
and they'll give you
and
like
then
the most basic generic advice, and then it was like, if you want to hear more, make sure to join my class on Skillshare.
no, he doesn't say that. They don't
No,
say that. It's like, this is what you can learn about about
this is an actual
what do you
thing.
call
You're
it?
not just making things up.
I am just making a few things up,
Oh,
but
okay.
it's just 10 minutes of that guy saying, now if you follow my course, you'll learn about exposure. Imagine the things I wish I would have learned. Just follow my course. And that's just 10 minutes of him just saying, just follow my course. In different sort of ways and sentences, and like, this is what the things you could learn. Just follow my course. Oh my god. And I'm like, I just wasted 10 minutes. And
That's
if I
how they
actually
get you.
met you in real life,
Would have
I'll
punched him in
get
the
my
face.
10 minutes back by slapping you on the face. Like, sure, you might have fooled someone, but you also generated a lot of people who want to slap you on the face.
Honestly, like it's all about people who want to gain your money, access to your money. Unfortunately, there's a lot of them.
Well, after spending 10 minutes listening to that useless video, I felt like being paid by him.
Like, you should pay me for the 10 minutes you wasted of my time.
Now I want access to your money. Give me your lunch money. Give me your lunch money. I'll money you for it.
Oh, you're gonna start being a bully? Like, no. You're gonna start doing what he did and just repeat. Give me my 10 minutes back.
No, I'll be more direct. I'll do I'll do the cliche, like holding up by the jacket collar and slamming against the locker and screaming, "Give me your lunch money!"
Like,
Like, people still do that.
I don't know. Do they?
I don't know. I'm too old for this.
How old are you, Tibbs, if you don't mind me asking?
Wait a sec. Would I be too old for high school if I halved my age?
Oh my god, don't make me do math. It's not gonna happen.
Well, okay. Let's just say that my birthday already happened. So if I halved my age, I would have been 17. Is that too old for high school?
No. Because I was literally 16 when I moved to the US. And then they made me take high school twice because I was too young for college. Or uni.
Huh.
But that was the age in the Philippines that I was gonna go to uni. Because in the Philippines, we don't have middle school. And so, and I had passed my test too. Quite annoying, honestly. I didn't want to take high school twice, but I did enjoy it. I'm not gonna say that I didn't. I learned a couple of things. Met people that weren't nice, and some that weren't as nice. But yeah, definitely didn't enjoy. Oh, but it did give me a lot of like insight too. So because of that, I did have to go to prom twice. Um,
Wow.
I know, right? So, in the US, there is such a heavy, heavy, heavy emphasis on a date. Going to the prom with someone, a partner to go to the prom with. Going to the prom by yourself can be seen as like, why would you even go? I literally had friends who were like, I don't know if I'm going, I don't have a date. And that really confused me. Skip prom, you're not missing out, I don't think, because my US prom was very quite boring and I don't know where you live actually, Omega, but US prom, the one that I had, not very fun, very boring. In fact, I remember very little of it, as opposed to the prom that I had in the Philippines, Maryland. Okay, then yeah, I don't think you're missing out. So in the Philippines, prom is like a thing that everybody goes to no matter what, and it doesn't matter if you date or not. Like you go there for fun and to hang out with friends. So I went and I had like a couple of friends that I went with, um, and hung out with a bunch of other friends, and it was really fun. Um, so I didn't really have a lot of friends growing up until I got to high school, where I kind of got roped into a friend group, then got included into that friend group. Even parents go, yeah, like, it's more fun. There's less emphasis on just like having a date, and it's more just like an event you go to have fun. Um, so my my friend group was a group of like 5 girls, and we were friends with a group of like 12 boys. So our big giant groups would often kind of like hang out together just because. Hello, Jax the Wolf. But when a group front and just hang out, yeah, like um when I went to prom in the US, like, you know, it was really a lot of it was like, yeah, you need to like people need wanted dates rather than just going to friends. Um but the one when I went to the one I had in the Philippines, yeah, so like I said, I had this group of 5 of girls, just us, and then we had a friend group of like 12 boys. And so our tables were like next to each other, and like we shared like tables, so there was like a few girls in one table, and we're all just friends. Well, some of us not quite as friends. Some of the people in there were in relationships, but we all just kind of hung out, and it was really fun. I got invited to a few dances, and I was given roses. And that was the other thing, like at the prom venue you can have like roses be like delivered to the table of someone, or like a bouquet. So my high school prom in the Philippines was definitely much more fun and much more memorable than the one that I had in US. Hey doggo, welcome home.
Hello,
Otsukare-sama, as
doggo.
they say. Oh, yeah, and Tibbs is here as my co-host.
Yes, I think you've heard my voice before, but yeah, it's been a while, right? Um, I have never heard about prom until I've hit uni.
Oh wow. Is
Prom
that
is
is
a
prom is just not a
concept that does
thing
not
in this
not a thing
in the
in the
UK?
UK.
Oh,
It's
interesting.
a foreign concept. You
Oh
just
wow.
you're a little kid, you learn about stuff, you take a test, you go to another school, and then you go to that school to get ready for that test, you take that test, and you're like, oh crap, higher education. Pretty boring now that you think about it.
Schools in the Philippines were there's a lot of like little events and things that happened.
Oh wait, look at the text to speech. It's actually taking my words.
Oh, is it? Well, that's great. Oh, it is. I didn't know that. Well, that's good. Then you have captions too.
Aha, we are co-captioned.
Dago is asking you a question.
There's no ball or dance at the last year of school in the UK.
That answer.
What's that?
I guess there you have it, Dago. Yeah.
No, at least with the schools that I've been to, no. And if there were some schools that did it, it must have been one of those special schools because it's rarely mentioned.
It's really funny because like it's such a big culture in the States to the point where like there was a trend some time ago where it was like prom proposals. So it's like wedding proposals except it's just for prom. Let's see.
Yeah, I actually didn't know that it was that like that big a thing until you said it. I'm like,
I think the whole date
I
culture.
was like,
Uh-huh.
yeah,
Gonna read what Nate said. I think the whole date culture around prom has certainly changed in the recent years. I went and I was certainly not a really big social kid in high school and ended up having time. Blossomed a tiny bit toward the end of the school year and was like an achieved, but nice. Okay. Omega says my ex talking about A levels to prep. Oh,
oh, A levels. Now I remember those days.
what is that? Do please explain.
All right, okay then. So when you go through middle school, and let's see, I think middle school is when you sort of. I think middle school is between. Okay, so when we talk about education, like the equivalent of the US grades, we call it years. And it sort of starts at about year five. Year five is primary school, and year five doesn't necessarily mean you're 5 years old. It's just the fifth year of education.
Right.
And so about year five to year eight would be primary school. Um, and then I know that there's a secondary, but we also have like middle schools as well. So I went from a primary to a middle school. So went from year eight to year five to year eight, and then in middle school it's year nine to I think 9, 10, 11. Yes, and 11, and then after that, school like normal school education is over, and if you want to go into sort of more advanced education, we'll have what is called the A levels. So, but A levels is actually more of a 2 year system because the first year is what you call advanced subsidiary,
Oh.
and then the year after that is the proper A levels. So you can take um, the first year of A levels, but you won't get the full thing. It would just be called an AS, which is sometimes good enough to get into a college. But if you
Mm,
go through with the whole 2 years, then you can basically go to university with that.
I see. I see.
And yeah, a lot of people treat the results and gradings of your final A level studies as quote unquote an entrance exam.
I see. Omega
And
says it's like
yeah,
similar to AP. Gotcha.
yeah, it's a bit like when you it kind of feels like a job interview, like when you go to the unis and you go and you go to there, they have what they call open days where
Yeah, you just visit
they
the
basically
campus.
visit the campus, they tell you about the stuff, and then they group everyone together to do interviews. Not sure if that's something that the US does.
The U.S. does that,
And then,
once in a
yeah,
while.
they interview the students and they say, yeah, okay, well, we saw your grades, and okay, GCSE is pretty good. GCSE is the another standard before you move on to the A levels. By the way,
Okay.
yeah, they look at your GCSEs, and then they look at your predicted A level grades, and they're like, okay, we'll give you a conditional offer, like which is something that they do most of the times. It's very rare that someone gets an unconditional offer. If anybody gets that, they're practically a god in everyone's eyes.
Wow, really?
Unconditional offer means, oh, we don't care what you get in your A levels. We want you here in this uni.
Wow, that's got to
Sort
be
of deal.
special case.
Very, very special case. I've never heard of I've never met someone with an unconditional offer.
Wow. So like the conditional offer is like, oh, okay, if you score this, then you can get in. Kind of
Yeah.
thing.
So basically, they say like, oh yeah, if you get like 3 A's, and we'll let you in.
Gotcha.
I think mine was an A and 2 B's, but I got much higher than that.
Oh.
The only thing I didn't get higher than a B was this topic called general studies, and it basically was, oh, what's your opinion on this, and what's your opinion on that? Oh, what do you think about this? And I'm like, I just don't care, but my school needs me to take this, so I'm just sitting here. I think that's something I wrote on the exam as well.
That's funny. I mean,
think
like
As
that
the person who-
asking that
yeah.
on from a high schooler is not very like I get it, but at the same time, like these students have other things they're thinking about and worrying about.
I mean, I totally get it. It is good to widen someone's perspective on how, like, the inner workings and all that. It's good to get the ball rolling with that. Don't get me wrong. But when the rest of the school system doesn't really support that kind of thinking, and
Yes,
it's
it
just
fails.
inundating you with the idea that you have to get these grades, you have to know what x plus y squared equals, and all that, it becomes the bottom of your priorities. You don't really think about it.
Yeah. And I think that's where the educational system kind of fails. I think that it don't get me wrong. I think school and education is great. But going to higher level school is not for everybody. And it doesn't need to be.
It's not.
Trade school is completely fine. And in fact, like some people, because it's good to like kind of get people started, because I feel like that's what really high school should be, is giving you tools to kind of like deal with most of the world, and then after that, cool, like lessons that you might like, that's actually really interesting and I kind of want to learn more about that. And then you move to uni to learn about it. That's what I feel high school should be. As like an introductory course to like, yeah, learn this, because you know what? Who does trigonometry outside of those who take like higher level? I haven't used trig in like forever.
And then there's calculus and all of the crazy
Geometry,
stuff
like
behind
geometry has a bit more use, but you don't really do like, oh yeah, you need to figure out, is this SAS or is it SSA? You don't. You really do not. So I feel like high school should just be like one teaching you about life. Like the courses that they took out from American high schools, I hear it's like wood shop or like, garage work. Things that you can actually use in reality is really good stuff to do in high school, and then have some more actual academic where it's like, okay, here's like a little starter course on physics, here's a little starter course on astronomy. Here's a little starter course on, whatever specialty it is. Because that'll give you like,
Oh,
you know what, this is like really interesting. I want to learn more about this. And you go to uni and then you do more learning on that if you want to.
okay. You just mentioned something that I found pretty interesting. I
Hmm.
didn't really think about it. You said that woodshop was taken away from the U.S. education.
Yeah, there's a lot of schools that got that like taken out. Like the arts got really affected. And
Okay,
there's really little to no emphasis on it. So some schools don't
okay.
have it anymore. Some schools that used to have it don't have it anymore. But
They
it's
should
like
teach. Yeah.
these wood shop if you yeah, they should teach kids about taxes, about
Oh yeah.
credit cards, because these are things that will arm them to make them successful adults. But here's the thing: most people in power don't want these kids to be successful adults. They want them to be like the little pinions. Um, and there's always some kind of money involved. That's the cynic in me talking, but uh, like the educational system is great for people who wants to pursue it, but it's not for everybody. And I don't think you should always tell kids to go for higher education. Like,
I think it like at this point it's almost like there are some things that yeah it's almost like like the school system needs to be completely reconfigured.
oh,
Um,
absolutely.
it's not like the set things that are being taught are going to be. In fact, a lot of things being taught in school aren't really that useful. Like I'm just mirroring what you said in a different voice, but yeah, it would be much more useful if things were a bit more open. But I guess with how the school system works, with things like they need these set numbers that they're so obsessed with trying to achieve that in a way they're sort of losing sight of what education should really be about.
Yeah.
And I think that sort of mindset needs to change.
I mean, like I said, so have like snippets of these things to like kind of, because yeah, there are people like you, Omega, who use algebra every day in your job. And that's fine. But they do need to like teach more life skills also, because that is gonna go study Japanese. All right. Thanks for stopping by, Carol. I'm glad
All
you had
right,
a chill
yeah, have a
time
good
at the
sleep.
stream. Enjoy your Japanese studies. But yeah, like I think there is some merit to how schools are being taught, but I feel like, for example, if you're doing like algebra, let's say, instead of doing it for a whole year, cut it in half. That a credit card is just short-term debt. Like Omega, when you said you had accounting class, that's actually like that sounds actually useful, but the people who took it and ignored the useful parts, that's not on the class, that's on the person. But like, I think what the school expects is that parents will teach these things to their kids, but most parents don't actually. Some do. Some do, don't get me wrong. Some do. But most are, especially nowadays, I feel like it's far too busy to like teach their kids things like this, which is, sad.
How does one teach someone that a credit card is just a short-term debt? You
Um,
know, I
I know
think
some
there
what
is a. I'm sorry. Yeah.
no. Go ahead. You speak first.
Now, thinking in the terms of human-based design, I have a. This is something that I got really into when I was at uni. I studied product design, and you could use parallels of things that are already there. And the one parallel that I think of with what one would call a short-term debt is it kind of feels like when you borrow a book. Because if you borrow a book, okay, there's a record of your name, which book you took, and like when you have to return it. And if you don't return it, of course, that incurs probably penalties or fees. And that sort of system isn't that much far off from how a credit card works. Of course, the type of things that are being involved are completely different, but it has its parallels. So in a way, you could sort of use the library system as a way to teach people like how credit cards work, like just to give them an idea, but not an exact like demonstration that could lead them into like a financial ruin.
So before I say my thoughts, I'm gonna just really Jax's message. And you're fine. Don't worry about long messages. We're having like a great discussion here. Lucky. Yeah, that's unfortunate that the financial literacy was cut. Yeah, when I went to school, thankfully the school I had theater. My prior high school had like music classes as well. And yeah. But that, I think during the budget cuts that happened, this was past like me in being in high school. A lot of those got affected for many different areas. But as far as the teaching credit card, there is actually some schools that teach like similar functions to credit card to their kids. So they have like a class point system, and like the teacher, because I heard this being done. I think actually one of my friend is an elementary school teacher, and I think he has this system in his class where it's like, so you're giving points at the start of the class, and then you can, use it. But if you wanted to say buy or borrow something from the teacher, you could loan, and then, but then when you pay it back, depending on what you do, I don't know the specifics of it, but basically it acts like the bank. But the thing is, these are being used on elementary kids, and they're not quite as insightful at that age. They are, but not as insightful. So I feel like while it's a good introduction, like basically a more advanced version of that can be used. So like, for example, in that finance class, you can have certain points and things like, okay, so there is like a cheat sheet that the teacher willingly gives, but then you have to pay for it for certain class points, and you could loan certain class, so you can afford a cheat sheet, but then you have to pay that back by a certain date, and if you don't, you get an extra exam. Something similar like that. And it kind of starts teaching, when you teach it to like more high schools, these kids can see the actual use of classes like that in real life, and I think that would be far more useful. So like these classes are important, especially nowadays. And with different size families, like a single parent, that's gonna be tough. You're trying to work and then also trying to teach your kids, but the school can offer that. But now, it sucks because like teachers, who are probably one of the more valuable workers of society, are like, in the US at the very least, are treated very poorly. They don't get paid enough for what they are doing, which is teaching the generational in front of them to like help keep the country going. But I'm preaching to the choir here, I feel. I don't think I need to like further emphasize my thoughts.
Yeah, and they're certainly not taken seriously enough, which is saddening.
It is, because the sad thing about that is the good teachers only stay for so long before they leave, because they cannot sustain their own lives by just like what's, you know, what they get in their jobs. And the strain of being a teacher. um you want to vouch for these kids and you want to help them and succeed, but the system itself is what you're fighting against. Like, I can't even imagine. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, yeah, and Omega, it's you make a good point, and my knowledge of the U.S. Education system is very limited. I've only been here for 7 years, and that this is after I've finished with every bit of British education. So I have my limited knowledge of a U.S. Education system is like it almost makes me almost happier to not know about it.
Honestly, you're not
Um,
missing out.
and like I got taught about how like the library, the what was the code? There was
the
the Munsell code.
Yeah, the way to like
That
actually store library books.
yeah, and reading the letters and numbers. I don't remember it now, but I can look that up pretty easily. But there was like, and at the school that I went to, there was a woodworking and a metalworking workshop, and it was like cycled in as part of my lessons. We actually put it under
Yes, the Dewey
the
Decimals.
overarching we call that subject. It goes under the topic of what we call DT, which is design technology, and I guess they wanted to let us know, show us like this is how metal is worked, this is the limitations of metal working, and this is how wood works, the limitation of how woodworking, and we actually got to learn how to use a saw. We never got to use the cool machines, but that was
Of
beside
course.
the case. Um, but we were allowed to heat a piece of metal up using a furnace. Of course, the coal furnace was handled by the lab technician, and we got to beat some
Got to beat some
hot
metal into
metal.
submission.
Yes. So in a way, I actually learned a bit of blacksmithing now that I think about it. Huh. Anyway, but to hear that it's something that's been taken away from education, it kind of like blows my mind to an extent because I can't see it not happening even if I go back in time, like and relived my life as a kid again. I just can't see it not being there.
Yeah. I mean, to like, because the sports teams brings the money in. Yeah. It's unfortunate. Um it's unfortunate that such things had to be done, because those are like, I in the Philippines I had home economics. That's where you learn cooking and sewing, and like our we had physical education, and then we had a teacher who was also the same. The reason I'm getting kind of confuddled here is because my teacher for not physical education, but it was like health. The class was called health. Was the same as the home economics teacher, and she was just this older lady. And when you start teaching like high schoolers about the penis, everyone's like hee 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 penis. You know, I remember the
Absolutely.
class very vividly. Like, there was, a poster of like a crosscut of the male genitalia, and the teacher was like, she had a stick, and it's like, this is that, and this is like, the penis, and the class just kind of went like as a whole, and then the teacher was like, why are you laughing? There's nothing funny. It's just like, I mean, what are you gonna do? It's a bunch of kids.
A bunch of kids, and you said the word penis in front of them.
Yeah. But like these are useful classes, and I feel like if you want kids to, you know, okay, so again, sex happens in high school sometimes for some people, and that's okay as long as they're being responsible. But the problem is because sex is such a taboo subject, it's not being talked about, so nobody knows anything. I mean, you know, kids, it's just one of those things. When you're
Yeah.
talking to high schoolers about like certain parts of the human body, it's just one of those things that kids laugh about. Let me tidy up my so many eraser suds everywhere. Eraser
Good.
suds, eraser dust.
I think I was about like 11 when I first had my sex ed class. Well, like actual like a teacher sitting down and telling us like how the body changes, like what to expect, and yeah, I think the UK education system is just so much different.
Yeah, we had it in the Philippines, but I feel like that is one of those classes that while there's parents who like scream and shout that such things shouldn't be talked about in school, should be spoken about by the school, because when a parent does it, very often, and let's, you know, not everyone has like the capacity to teach children. And when parents teach it, like they get awkward or fidgety, or they use like the birds and the bees, you know, making it more taboo sounding. But if you go to an institution where the point is to learn, then it becomes a little more scientific in a way. And so you can deliver data without feeling like you need to skip information because maybe you shouldn't teach this to your kids. I'm like, you know, teach them about like the consequences, the things that happen when you have sex, because at that age some people can get pregnant. They're old enough at
Yep.
that point.
Yep. If the body function is unlocked, the body will function that way.
Yep. And like some kids mature faster than others. Like I've heard of young girls as young as like 10 or younger that get that got their menstruation. That for me that's like super young. Well, youngish, yeah, that's like cuz I got mine in my teens, but you know, once that starts happening, you're basically capable of becoming pregnant. Like it's extremely dangerous for someone so young, but it's there. And I feel like, and you know what too, I feel like that is also a really good way to find child abuse, because when you teach these things in class, some kids might like inadvertently reveal things that might be happening in their lives, and you know, so intervention can happen.
Yep,
Exactly.
absolutely.
Exactly, Nate. And with the internet nowadays, then it's like, God, there's so many armchair professionals everywhere. Oh, you know what? That's the one thing you haven't been doing since you're in chat with me, is jumping for stars.
Do I really need to jump in stars? Let's see. Let's see how many points I need.
What are you trying?
All right,
What
let's
are you
have a look.
saving for? Are you saving for something?
I don't know. With 957 points, it does seem like I'm saving up for something.
That what?
Let's have a look. I think I already have. I think I already have like
Enough.
everything I want anyway.
What Dago is saying, yeah, that's pretty much the case, I think, for a lot of things. Because they want most of the people. I'm not gonna say all because that'd be a lie. But there are a bunch of people who are in high powerful places that want a dull, uneducated mass who can't function well, so that they can stay subservient. which is unfortunate.
But at the very least, if you want a dumb subverb,
Suburbia.
like if it, yes, subservient. Sorry, that is getting a bit late for me.
No worries.
Crowd, at least be intelligent enough to lead them. But the only
No,
issue
no, no,
is
no.
they're also dumb as well.
Well, see, Tibbs, you're talking like people want other people to succeed. So the people who want to keep the populace uneducated are the ones who want to keep them as, like what Doggo just said, work for a wage and buy more shit, slave. Why are we talking about this? Anyway, it is 2:30. I've gone 30 minutes past my usual time. I am so incredibly thankful to everyone who donated. I will do a raffle on stream. I'll put in like pies for everyone. Because I do want to give like those who gave like bigger amounts, like a bigger slice of the pie, so to speak. I know, right? And Luna, like, made us reach our goal, and Omega pushed it beyond. I am so very thankful for all of you. Thank you so. I like when I started this charity stream, I was at 200. My biggest reasoning for that is one, I didn't think that I was trying to be reasonable. I didn't want to force anyone to pay high amounts because I know how difficult times are nowadays. I honestly can't say that I can afford to donate $100. I will be adding more to this, but I can't afford to add $100 to that pool, you know? And that's just me being absolutely honest and real. And I don't want to force people to be paying that because, you know, the goal was high. So I was like, keep 200, you know, if people donate $1, that's great. But no, everyone was extremely generous. Actually, the goal was met before I woke up on the first day of the charity stream because a really generous friend of mine just paid it all off. Excuse me. So I had to like push the goal 200 more so that and then we moved the incentives to that goalposts. And then like it just kept going. It just kept going. I thought I would likely get the 200 by the end of day 3, but not 400 by the end of day 1. But we passed that, and I made the 1,000. I'm limited from my public school education. That's funny. You guys are great. Thank you so much for keeping me company. Thank you, Tibbs, for coming in as a guest host. I know it's really late for you right now. I appreciate you.
I'll have tomorrow off, and yes, and I was responsible for all the derailing, so you can thank me or blame me. However, I'm probably not going to use my voice anyway, so hey.
I mean, it's been a great time. Like it kept the art stream like really like fascinatingly curious. I kind of think that I might invite more like guest speakers and turn it to more like a arty podcasty thingy because it's nice to just kind of talk. You know,
Maybe
just
next
discuss
time
things.
it'll be my yes, sorry there. Maybe next time it'll be my ramifications of swords.
I mean, yeah, like oh man, that's gonna be like unlocking like Pandora's box right there. But I mean, Tibbs, if you want to join me again, you're more than welcome to just kind of come in and like talk. We did do this today. I did finish my this is not a sketch, this is the final lines for this piece. I did finish it. I didn't get to color it, but we were talking and having fun, and that's more important to me, honestly. But yeah, please, I ask of you guys to stick around. Tips, if you'd like to sign off, you may.
Well, I don't feel too asleep, so I guess I'll hang on for a bit longer.
All right. You'll join us till the end. But let me find
Towards the end.
someone to raid. Uh, so please hang out. Please hang out with us for a little bit longer. Let me go and what's happening? My computer is suddenly like slowing down.
Yes. Your hand just froze in place.
Yeah. Here's a question for everyone that's present. What would you guys like to see? Here's a raid message and the sub raid. If you're subbed, let's see. What do we have? Oh, you know what? No, I know exactly who we're gonna go to. Because this is someone that I do not normally raid. Because I normally do not get to... Our streaming times are so drastically different that it's usually quite impossible. Let's go to friend of stream. Let's go raid.
This is gonna be the biggest surprise ever.
Yeah, like I am actually shocked that she's streaming at the moment because normally she does not. Not at this hour. Let's go raid Irie. Irie. And send our message playing Breath of the Wild. I think she's trying to finish it in time for the release, of course, as you know. But yeah, let's go on over. Share the love. Thank you so much again, everyone. We will plan when to do the 24-hour stream, the karaoke stream, and the raffle so that we can find out who gets the commission. But yeah, that's it. Thank you. I cannot be thankful enough for all the support for the charity stream. Honestly, I'm absolutely blown away. Thank you so much, everybody. And I will see you all next time. Bye bye. Click.
Nick. Oh yeah.